Sorry about that, everybody. I am here. Took a little while longer to fix the coffee than I would have liked. Hopefully everybody is doing well in health and in spirit. Welcome. My name is Coin Stamp. Most people call me Coin. It's really easy to say. It's the money that you handle every day. And welcome back to another episode of The Breath of the Wild. The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. Last episode was not as rough as the one before, but hot damn, did we spend entirely too much time doing that yesterday. I kept like double and triple checking. Also, as usual, good conversation does tend to keep me away, as they say, or keep me busy even. Before we get started, I would like to thank Michael DS for their Prime subscription. Sorry. Please enjoy all the benefits that come along with the Prime subscription. And thank you to Rasby as well for their $10 donation this month. If you guys want to end up on the plaque that I read at the start of every stream, one-off donations from Patreon, Coffee, Stream Elements, Streamlabs, so on, listed in the About Me section on Twitch or in the description on YouTube. There will be a link tree with that stuff in it. You know, just if you feel like contributing and you want your name listed here with these images, or you know you want to get a subscription for that sort of thing, you know where those buttons are. Anyway, enough of that. I'm trying to chill before the stream starts. Let's figure out how much adjusting I need to do. And apparently reset the capture card. That is to be expected. Audio was coming in nice. Other stuff, not so much. And the rest of it's coming in. Hopefully everybody can hear me appropriately. Just double checking the mic here. Yep, everything looks a go. Now, we have bookkeeping in order here. So, last time, we dedicated the whole episode to getting all 25 Koroks that were in Hyrule Castle. We also got the memory in the study. And boy, what a traumatic... We also learned the lore. Like, the deep, hidden relationship, the complicated relationship that Hyrule had with his daughter, Zelda Hyrule, first and last name respectively. Also, let me just double check and make sure stuff is connected and enabled. It looks like it. Yeah. It's a long, complicated relationship. And Zelda basically only had her dad from a kind of like a young age, probably around 7, because supposedly, according to the journal, it's been a full decade since she's been training, and she died before the training even started. So, yeah, she's only had a drill sergeant, aka her dad, tell her over and over, you gotta do this thing according to the prophecy. Like, Zelda had no time to be herself. Zelda had no time to engross herself in anything. Even, like, the studying for the divine beasts and such, that was mostly done out of, you know, necessity for this prophecy. For, like, everything comes back to, you know, a great evil comes forth. How do you spend your time preparing for it, if anything? We learned a lot. Now, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? We are going to go tour the world And we're going to find 9 Koroks and a single memory. And, you know, pare down the last couple of shrines. And then after that, we got training to do. We got DLC stuff to do. But let's get started. So, first order of business. First order of business, we've definitely missed one in the Colosseum. If you guys want to follow along with the with getting the Korok seeds, you can do so by typing an !BOTWMAP, or if you guys are on YouTube, we are multi-streaming as always. You guys will need to type star !BOTWMAP. Okay, that first one is obvious. No stealth required. We're just gonna, you know, use the gear we have, and we're going to get a movement speed buff. We'll need to make a few more of these, but that's fine. Gotta make good time. I'd like to make good time today. And as you can see, our battlefield is filled with a lot more of these mooks coming in after us. See? Sure doesn't take long for, you know, the full fleet to come after us. Ganon's going to Hyrule Castle kind of seemed to be the catalyst for mooks attacking us left and right. You know, even during the daytime. Please tell me that is a white Lynel. That is a silver Lynel. It's like the cream of the crop. So now this one is like up here, and I'm pretty sure... Now, here's where we're going to want some stealth, because I don't want to trifle with the Lynel right now. We could do that. But I kind of just don't see a reason to do that. Just wait here for a second. Now we keep climbing. First up... is the Korok seed that is up here. On the top floor, there should be a... I can't believe I missed this. There should be a rock that we can lift. It's like, if I look, we're on the wrong side, so it's like here. Like here-ish, right? I looked this up twice to be sure. Might be at the tippy top, and in which case, you know, no matter what map you're looking at, it's not exactly quite right. You can also use the coordinate map, !BOTWCOORDMAP. If you want the more technical map, it's got to be like up here-ish. Yeah, look, it's right here. You had to use your eyeballs a sec. That's all. Okay, so we have that one. We're gonna go ahead. Let's find our blue one. Our blue one is like right here. It's in the river. There's supposed to be a balloon in that general area. Let me just make sure that I'm looking at this correctly. Yeah, there's supposed to be a balloon in the general area. We can pop it. should, like, help us with this. Also, is that like a shrine we haven't found? Like, if we look, I could have swore that's like a DLC shrine. Huh. We learn something new every day. There are still people finding things every which way. Nice. Just take the damage. Link, take the damage. And of course, the Blood Moon. We've apparently killed enough stuff such that it is happening. We're going to be doing a bunch of clod hopping around the globe today. Oh, and since we got one of those suckers, I should make sure we have actually updated the count. That is going to be back here. There we go. Yeah, let's not do that. Okay, up. Quick. Let's keep it moving. We might have to stop and make some, speed elixirs. So we can, you know, keep this up. Yes, give me all of this, please. And if, you know, if we can do any farming that we can along the way, we should also probably do that. Because that's going to pay off in the long term. Ah, I see it. It is right here. Yep, let's go ahead and make some speed food. So that's a quick trip back to Zora's domain. We'll bubble up some elixirs, just nice and quick, and we'll get the movement speed boosts that we need. Ah, here's a fun question. Also, I'm pretty sure, yeah, that's, if I look at our map, it's gonna be, oh, did we not knock out that thing? We didn't knock it out. Let's delete that. Because that's over there. Okay. So we have 7 more to go. My Zora pretties. I need to borrow your cook pot. And we're gonna make a bunch of simmered fruit. Okay, maybe not a whole bunch of them, but we're gonna make like 4 of these, let's say. It's like 20 minutes worth of speed boosts. Okay, next up on our list, the way that I'm basically going to go about this is we're going to go on the bridge. I'm going to get the ones that are pinned with pins first, and then I'm going to remark those pins, or the things that are stamped with actual pins. That's basically how I'm going to do this, so you guys can follow along easily. There's no, is he going the correct direction? No, it'll be on the mini map. So anyone have any good food recently? Okay, so it's like over there. Yesterday I had some margarita pizza. Oh, it's good stuff. I had it for breakfast today, too. Awesome. Greetings, traveler. I have to say, your visage looks just as troubled as ever. Perhaps a glimpse of your future will ease your worries. What do you think? Shall I tell you your fortune? Yeah, let's get this over with. Perhaps that is for the best. Some things may be better off left unknown. Like how today is the day your life is ended. For Master Koga. Yes, something else. There is a notable uptick in, Yiga clan member activity after you have humiliated Master Koga, let's call it. And the Yiga clan will now personally come after you. So their random goons will just appear, in the woodwork. Let's go ahead and eat some of this simmered fruit that we just made. See? Case in point. And not just any Yiga clan members, now their blade masters are gonna come after you. It's not like you ever defeat these bastards in the first place. See? It's like all of a sudden, there's just more chaos. Don't waste your time trying to climb cliffs in the rain. That's a bit of old Hyrule wisdom I'm sharing with you. Rainy days make the rocks slippery and hard to climb, so it's best to forget about it for the day and stick to flat land. Let's go ahead and knock out this other sucker just real quick. But not before getting a nice snap of whatever this is. A wind cleaver? I didn't even know these were here. This sword is favored by high-ranking members of the Yiga when wielded by a proficient fighter. Its unique shape cleaves the very wind and creates a vacuum. But it can't carry any more of them.
Gee, this is uplifting.
Damn it. What do I even get rid of? I guess I can get rid of the Guardian Sword? Nice. Excellent. Any other arrows? Just that one? Alright, ma'am. Alright, let's keep things moving, shall we? That is just a random turn of events. But yes, now Yiga clan members will just actively be out on the road looking for you. Hello again, you're the guy from yesterday who will get the B1 exam. I've practiced the listening. I do better now. Thank you. Hey there, Mr. Fernandez. Welcome on YouTube. Welcome back to the stream. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in health and in spirit. And I hope you enjoy your stay. So did you already take the exam, or are you in the midst? Are you still preparing for it? Are you still trying to study for it? Just so I can better understand what you're saying. Okay, so there is a little acorn that should be down here somewhere. Right? Not like hallucinating. Oh, never mind. It's a rock. And we know exactly where that rock is. It's right here. Okay, next up on our list, let me just double check, is the yellow pin. And the yellow pin, yeah, I can't believe I missed this one. It was sitting on top of the Hateno Agent Tech Lab, and I just never did anything with that for whatever crazy reason. Six more to go. I hope there's not another random one waiting for me to find. Otherwise, I'm gonna be hella upset. Like I counted, I double counted, I even triple counted. Should definitely be around somewhere. Okay, let's get up here. I'm pretty sure there's a fairy light at the top. It's like right up here. You just have to use one of the guardian legs to get up there. That should be 895. Oh, I can't wait. I do have a little bit of a noise, like a party popper noise. Bear Type did unveil it a couple of days ago, but let's see. The last one is over here. And we got a tower. We could just fly out to that from there. I got a little bit of a party popper. I tried to combine party and popper into one word for whatever reason. That didn't work. That sounded really silly. But yes, anyway, once we do this, we got the shrines. I got a few other things I'd like to clean up. Mainly, there's a lodge we have not checked out yet. Bear Type pointed it out to us a few days ago. And I do want to check that out before continuing. But, so this must be, for like an English exam. Okay. I've practiced writing and you've learned phrases. For example, you're looking forward to? Good. I hope that your mastery over the English language continues. I think it's a fun, robust language. It is, especially US English, it's contradictory. It's contradictory. There are lots of people using words not as they were prescribed, meaning how you'll find them in the dictionary. But instead, using it for some other meaning, using words for some other meaning, like the word gay no longer means happy, hasn't meant happy for a while. Like if you've ever heard of gay tidings or gay cheer, used to mean happy, no longer does, hasn't for a while. These days, it's a very clear indicator of, people who are homosexual. Like that's just, and I guess really, if you think about it, it's for men and for women. Who like the same sex, who are attracted to the same sex as themselves. So yeah, that all of that, like the languages are constantly evolving and transforming. They're constantly changing. People are, either co-opting words or twisting words or finding new uses for words. It can be very frustrating to learn a language when people take old words and attempt to twist them into new words or use them so often as to, personally deprive them of their meaning or remove the significance of the word. But I think if you get outside of that and realize that not too many people, that's kind of like the loss of meaning in words kind of takes a while to get started, and it's kind of a hello. Oh, but we can fix that. It's a long process. It's centuries. It's kind of a cultural thing. It's not really something that people can just kind of decide is the truth. Yeah, I think what happened is I knocked all 3 boulders on this one into the water and then failed to come back to grab this one. I think that's what happened. Now if we look, our pins are ready to go, so let's find let's find one of the towers, probably for the best. I've marked the ones with the leaf pins, and I will mark the leaf pins with the navigation pins in just a moment. And words in English aren't gendered, meaning there aren't like masculine, feminine, and neutered forms of words. Instead, what we tend to have is the same word can be prescribed to mean multiple things, or they're like multiple versions of words. Edit stamp, let's put it in like that. Let's find the remaining one of these. Edit, yep, just like that. Edit, and one more time. Here. Edit. Okay, I got all those. And it's deep level cold, so we do definitely need the Rito armor. Like, I read the red reads, like, R-E-A-D, like the past tense version is read, but the present tense version is read. But the color red is also spelled R-E-D, but sounds the same as the past tense version of, read. I read something. It's absolutely crazy how we keep up with the English language as native speakers. It really truly is. And again, I am known for mashing words. I'm known for mashing words and saying multiple okay, where's this? This is on the hills there, and is that your English teacher said that you're the best in the English class? And I have more confidence. I'll have 1 hour for each part. Like and subscribe. Oh, have you been recording your practice sessions? Is that what's going on here? Okay, so the hollow on this is here. I definitely wouldn't be surprised if that's what was happening. I suppose recording your practice sessions is a good way to figure out, where pronunciations on words, go astray. Great, let's head up here and... I'm trying to think of... I'm pretty sure my best bet for that is to head up here and use Rivali's Gale to, get us started. And is this 897? 897. And of course, practice won't exactly help you for, proper nouns or things that are kind of gobbledygook, made-up words. Korok is a made-up word. Goron is a made-up word. Torna is a made-up word. You kind of just have to hope that an English VA will, write that, speak that stuff out to get some help. And so on. The English language is fascinating. Oh, and fun fact, there are 6 versions of English. You have the international version of English, you have the United States version, the United Kingdom version, you have the Australian version, and there's a couple of others that I'm kind of forgetting here, but... The important thing is there are lots of versions of English, and American English is definitely different compared to, United Kingdom or Australian English. Oh, Canadian English. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to my Canadian brethren. I totally forget that's a thing sometimes. And then there's one more version of English that I'm definitely missing out on. Hey there, Bear Type. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in health and in spirit. Hope you enjoy your stay. Yeah. 3 Koroks. 3 Koroks, and I'm quickly whittling them down. I went and Australian English. I don't know what I've said so far. So you have United States, you have Canadian English, United Kingdom English, you have Australian English, you have international English, and there's one more that I'm forgetting. Do I know where the Koroks are? Yes, I sure do. I have been marking them with pins, and I've been replacing the stamps with pins as we've gone through and collected them. I went and did that off camera. I went and, painstakingly used the coordinate map to figure out where the 9 missing ones were. And we are collecting those today. Then afterwards, we'll be doing the same thing with the shrines. We have a few shrines we got to whittle down. Once we get those finished, the next The next step in that is nice fairy lights. The next step will be to start the... Oh, right, I'm forgetting something. We're also grabbing a memory. So we'll be getting the last main game memory, and we're getting the last shrines. After that, we will begin the long and painful shrine, or long and painful trials of the sword. The Hyrule Castle one, we already got that one yesterday. No, the 4 that are left are the one that's locked behind Impa's like ball that sits to her left. We have the 2 that are locked in behind shrine quests, and then there's one more. Go ahead and grab this while I'm here. Thank you for the help, Mr. Bear Type. Much appreciated. Oh, okay. Now we can move to some warmer climes and take off this, I like wearing the sneaky garb. I don't much care for other, garbs. And, thank you for hopping over to Twitch to do that. Like I said the last time, there was a whole hubbub with the commands. I will make sure that the future Korok counter is done through Stream Elements, so there isn't not Stream Elements, Streamer Bot, so that people on YouTube can also have access to that if they want. Okay, so now we're gonna reorder things and put on the sneaky gear, because I can't be asked. You started making this Korok count and like 600 Koroks? Yeah, that's when people were like, oh, hey, how many do you have? And that kept being a common question. So I acted on the suggestion to make a counter at around the 600 mark. That is correct. Guilty as charged. Mm-hmm. Now, I keep talking about Tears of the Kingdom, like it's a sure thing that that's what we're playing, but just for, those that are not in the know, we vote on things on the channel, and one of the things that we are voting on is the next game. I have a plural, like a multiple ranked choice vote for that. Will I 100% Tears of the Kingdom? Now, the 100%'s a core channel feature. So yes, I will be 100%ing Tears of the Kingdom. I am fully aware of how much pain I am signing up for. I'm going to hate myself by the end of this. Abso-freaking-lutely. But I'm gonna do it. Because that is what I'm known for. But as I was saying before, that's not totally set in stone yet. There's still time if people want to vote on another game. I don't foresee that happening. But if you want to vote on the game, you can join my Discord and go ahead and shill that real quick. As soon as the hard date for the vote, for what game is next becomes due, I will, set up a single choice vote. Bookkeeping while I am here. Oh, that's right. I remember this puzzle. It's like really freaking hard, right? We gotta blow up a rock, and we probably need to use one of the other rocks to do it. I gotta concentrate for a second, but like I was saying, while I'm finding this specific stratagem behind this puzzle. Okay, what I want to probably do is, like, use a multi-shot bow for this. Just any ×3 will do. Oh, let me make sure I've actually, answered all of the, comments on both YouTube and Twitch. Because I definitely feel like I missed something. You finished your stream like 2 hours ago. I did see that the stream was in the balcony, or in like the projector. That's awesome. It's a pretty good stream. Got someone in chat, and that doesn't happen a whole bunch. Yeah, I'll say. And if you are entering the content creation business / hobby, one of the things that you should probably get used to is talking to yourself, because people are going to be lurking, having you up in the background or what have you. If you're not comfortable, or the act of talking to yourself on camera drives you crazy because you need like contact with people, like you're an extrovert that absolutely needs another person, there are 2 avenues to fix this. One, don't do it. That's recognizing your pitfalls and your shortcomings is a totally fine thing to do as a human being. And don't do the thing that'll stress you out. In this case, I'm talking about being driven stir crazy by sitting in front of a camera and talking to like no other physical human beings. Like, I'm still talking to you guys, right? Like, I'm trusting that there are humans on the other side of that screen and everything, but I'm very much aware that I'm not actually talking to quote unquote a physical person. The other thing you can do to fix that, if that's a stressor for you, find a friend, find a coworker, find somebody that is interested in coming over to your place or some neutral location to stream, to make content together. That's like the other thing you can do, is like have another person already there with you. And as long as you both understand the assignment of you're both entertainers, you're both there to entertain, you're both there to talk to each other. I don't recommend coworkers for this as much, because there's like a work relationship. That's not a good idea. But if you guys have like friends and they're interested in making content with you, you know, doing it with friends that are doing it, that are trying to entertain along with you, is like the easiest. It's one of the easiest things in the whole wide world. I wish I had friends to make content with. I really do. Me and my sibling have sometimes done stuff like this together, but it's complicated. That's complicated. I would basically have to make the content at their house, given their current life circumstances. And, well, I'm already pretty well established in my own office. It's hard to move office equipment to make content, and I would want to do that pretty much daily, and that's not happening. So, this is what I have. And you make the most of it. If you play, you're pretty much quiet. You got 0 views 95% of the time. Quiet only if the stream is part 3 hours because you're tired. Yeah, like, I don't want to say, you know, oh, you need to talk every single second to fill the space or whatever. Like dead air, like or like dead time on your stream. That's something that people in the business will talk quite a bit about. And if you're doing it as a hobby, do whatever the hell you feel like. If that means being quiet and it's basically an ASMR type stream where people are listening to the game, and, you know, maybe you've got like a Buffmeister type setup where like you're not talking, but you can type. That is totally a thing that happens. But you have to be, you do have to be on top of your game when it comes to responding to people. If you're going to be chatty, or if you're going to do this for more than just a hobby, like me, then you got to think about the dead time. You don't want absolutely every single second filled with audio or like with your voice, but you do want something interesting to be happen. You're an entertainer. That's what you're there for. If you're doing the streaming thing as anything other than a hobby, I can't stress that enough. So it's not really it's not a faux pas that you're quiet or anything, insofar as you understand what you're looking for with streaming. If you're just there to have fun, fantastic. And of course you should have fun anyway. That's like rule number 1 of streaming is if you're not having fun, don't do it. But there's the distinction of I'm doing this for a hobby, I don't care what the conventions are, versus I'm doing this to try to get big and have friends and people to talk to all the time. And so the idea of being quiet is not necessarily something that works without absolutely fantastic execution. Just things to think about. I'm pretty sure these other rocks are here. So what I need to do is stasis. Doesn't work, but a bomb arrow is too much. Yup. Yup. Okay, so I can't do that. I am slowly nudging this rock. Yep. Off that. Hold on, I apparently missed whatever was happening on YouTube. Will I buy Nintendo Switch 2? You like it, but you must buy a PS5? Well, maybe. Yeah, that did absolutely, like, me adding arrows to it changed the, well, I know what happened. I changed the trajectory. I'm trying to do this without losing the rock there. It's not the easiest thing in the world. Let's do that. Yeah, like I know what I have to do. I'm afraid that what I'm doing is going to make me lose this boulder, but it's the only thing that works. It is absolutely the only thing that's gonna work on this. Nothing else will. Pretty much most of the websites that I've looked at for this. Never mind. Maybe. Let me switch to a one-hander. It's got to be like 2 strikes. No. Okay, good enough. Good enough. Going back to Mr. Fernandez's question. I mean, I want to buy a Nintendo Switch, but it's like more expensive than it's as expensive as like a school laptop. Here, I'll get that for you. Attention, members of our fine audience. In just a few short moments, there will be some advertisements. No big deal. Sit tight. Stay strong and hang in there for me, and they'll be over in just a few short moments. Thank you. No, we can go ahead and get the last one before ads. I think that's reasonable. It's literally right here, and all we have to do is get on top of that shrine, I'm pretty sure. Yes, they are on the 1 hour mark. All of the ad breaks are on the real world clock. So, when it strikes 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, that's when the ad break should strike. So even if the stream time is like a little bit less or a little bit more than an hour, look at the real world clock. I've got it set up that way so that it's always consistent. Otherwise, it's like, I guess this is like what I've chosen to try to like control the interval on the ads. I could set it up to be based on the stream time, but then everything gets wonky if I start late, or if I like have to pause the stream, switch something over, etc., etc. Things that are based on the real world clock work a lot better under my circumstance, but both are equally valid. Now, getting over here, because that's what I wanted to do. Where is it? It's right here. Yeah, this one's like really, really finicky. And now we can get the most useful thing in the game, and that is poop. Not so mad about it, but I can't say it's not the funniest thing ever. Yeah, oh, you guys are gonna hate this. This took, I didn't even think about this. Even in the previous playthrough when I was streaming this years ago. See that little goatee made of leaves there? You gotta burn that. That's the point. You're not supposed to see that. Thank you. Let's freaking go. I'm going to leave the counter up until we've talked to Hestu again. But yeah, 900 Korok seeds. Now we don't have to wander around looking for inane puzzles to solve. And the sound is for real this time. Abso-freaking-lutely. Speaking of things that are for real, let's talk about the ad breaks for just a second. For those that haven't been in the know or are new here, I run ad breaks over on Twitch. They're 3 minutes long. There are 3 minutes worth of ads. However, the ads are scheduled. That's pretty much the only time I run them, other than if I got to step away from my desk for more than 10 seconds. There's a timer on the intermission screen that shows how long it is before I come back. And as soon as that timer is up, usually most of the time, I'm back and we're ready to, pick up where we left off. That's the only time I run ads. Like, it's on a schedule. So there's no FOMO for, oh, I don't have Twitch. I don't have a tier 1 Twitch subscription. I'm afraid I'm going to miss out on what Coin has to say. No, you're not. Because I hate ads. And I hate the adpocalypse landscape that is on Twitch. So I'm going to make sure that the experience is palatable for you. But also I have to make it palatable for me. Are we done taking a picture of the... Am I not taking a picture? We'll take a picture, sure. And we should tell Hestu all about our accomplishments. Yes, absolutely. Go for it. Go for it. Let's go ahead and talk to, let's go ahead and travel here. Now, am I going to be able to get the poop before the break? That is the question. Guess we're going to find out. It is so nice to see a 900 on that screen. It is so nice to see a 900 on that screen. Taking a picture of that. You have like 3 videos of you getting all 880 moons in Mario Odyssey? Because you did it 3 times? Yeah, I'll say. Anyway, see you guys after the ad break. sorry about that, folks. I am back. There we go. Let's do the remaining bookkeeping I should have done before the stream, or not before the stream, I'm sorry. Before the first ad break. And to remind anyone, 900 Koroks. I'm glad to be free of this nightmare. So, basic shilling. If you guys like the content and hadn't considered doing so already, follow on Twitch or subscribe on YouTube. Those are free, easy methods to help the channel grow. Make sure the notification bells are also turned on so you don't miss future content that I make for either Twitch or YouTube. And tell friends, family, coworkers, and so on. You'd be surprised what a little word of mouth can do to help a channel out, on top of, you know, making good content or content that people can be proud of. Yeah, after 200 hours, we got all of them? Indeed. And it only took us 53 episodes of pain to do it. That's not true. It's not all pain, but there was definitely some suffering involved. You know, let's find Hestu so we can get that stinky counter off the screen. Not gonna delete the commands or anything, but I will disable them once I've winked the counter out of here. Alright, Hestu. Hey, guess what? All the forest children returned to Korok Forest. You must have had an army. You must have had... Okay, I just said it really fast. Of people searching for them, huh? Nope, all by myself. No way! Nice! You've maxed all your stashes, so let me give you this. It's not just...
Me, not that kind of orc.
I'm sorry. I know we talked about poop. Can I just comment on if I literally walked up to a friend, my best friend in the whole world, literally had poop in my hand ready to give them, and I sit here and say to my best friend, "You've been such a good friend to me. Let me give you my excrement as your reward for having such a captivating, fulfilling friendship with me over these past many years. It is only the finest grade excrement. It is something that would make the dung eater weep with joy." That's an Elden Ring reference for those that don't know. And I had the audacity to plate that in gold. My friend would dump me in 5 seconds. I would not be my best friend's best friend anymore. So the fact that a Korok literally gives you its excrement as a relationship gift is absolutely, utterly wild. It's insane. It's just asinine. Sorry. We got this. The standing ovation from the sound effect was worth more than this. A gift of friendship given to you by Hestu. It smells pretty bad. Did he make this poop from all the Koroks you've given him? Maybe this poop is an amalgam of all the Korok seeds we've been gathering the whole time. Because it's not like we had the seeds we didn't have all those seeds in our inventory or anything. We only had some of them. But apparently there were enough of them to make this absolutely dastardly gift. So, do you like it? I hope you'll still visit me. You can watch me dance whenever you want. You can dance if you want to. You can leave your Koroks behind. You can dance. You can dance. Okay. Sorry, I had to say it. I had to do a funny. I had to do it. He's so clueless. Koroks really are like small children, so I guess I can't. To a Korok, like, giving something of themselves is a pretty great gift. It's just, if only that translated to, if only that translated to, you know, other species. Maybe this is why they can't be seen. By, like, I know why they can't be seen. It's a whole pure of heart thing. But I would like to think it's funnier that people literally take a pair of, like, clothesline pins or something, pinch their nose, and suddenly they can't smell them anymore. It's like they're invisible. I think that's far funnier. Okay, next up on our list is going to be these shrine quests. We have 2 of them. I actually think that next what we should probably do is go and grab this memory. I've tried a few times to grab this particular memory, but what I didn't realize at the time that I grabbed it, or at the time I thought I had grabbed it, was that this last memory only shows up. And we'll go ahead and take out the Korok counter now. It only shows up if you've got all of the previous other memories first. So now that we have all 11 other memories, we can now do this. We're going to change this pin. Yeah, it's the last one after all of them. Insofar as we know anyway, right? Who knows, maybe there will be another memory. Another memory we gotta go find after all this. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Well, the game is certainly not gonna end itself. We have to do that work. But we got a long way to go. Which one of them I need right now? It is the last one. Number 12. And I know the forest block this is part of. It literally doesn't show up until we're right here. So it's not exactly here, but this was what was given on the map. It's right here. All right. This took me too much because you were in the forest hold on, that you just swam from for like 20 minutes. Yeah, you search around, you follow the map, and all the while the map doesn't tell you that you know, like whatever, you have to be following a guide, or you just kind of have to come back here randomly after getting 11 other memories. That's a lot to ask a person to do. Anyway, why don't we enjoy this last memory before we get mugged by the, you know, local enemy populace I felt in the controller or whatever. Enjoy.
How did it come to this? The divine beasts, the guardians, they've all turned against us. It was calamity, Ganon. It turned them all against us. And everyone, Mifa, Urbosa, Rivali, and Daruk, they're all trapped inside those things. It's all my fault. Our only hope for defeating Ganon is lost. All because I couldn't harness this cursed power. Everything I've done up until now, it was all for nothing. So I really am just a failure. All my friends, the entire kingdom, my father most of all. I tried and I failed them all. I left them all to die.
Oh, it wasn't just any person that it came up. It was a Yiga, like, Blade Master. He was like, I know you're getting ready to get that memory there, son. I'm gonna stop you here and now. You won't be getting any memory, sonny boy. The only memory you'll have is the one of your death. Sorry. Let me go ahead and wink myself back in. Now, House Quaker on YouTube, welcome on in. Good to see you. Welcome on into the stream. Come in. Have a seat. Get and enjoy yourself. Hopefully you're doing well in health and in spirit. And I hope you enjoy your stay. I apologize for not answering you immediately when you said that, but I was making sure the posterity of the cutscene was intact, because it was honestly, it was a memory that I hadn't seen before. What is your level of familiarity with Breath of the Wild, if and you don't mind my asking, or with the franchise as a whole? House Quaker on YouTube says, I like the narrative of Tears of the Kingdom so much. I think it probably is a better defined narrative, but it does kind of require the first time punch of the Breath of the Wild playthrough, of all these memories like together. But I think because you're not having to remember things, you're not some amnesiac, you know what you need to do, the story is just being told to you. I think that I think the fact that you have to collect the story piecemeal and kind of randomly does hold back the narrative a bit for Breath of the Wild. So I think I can understand why you would definitely like the narrative of Tears of the Kingdom a lot, at least from a purely outside perspective looking in. Mr. Fernandez, welcome back. Good to see you again. It's my first time playing Breath of the Wild. It is not my first time playing Breath of the Wild. I have played it before. I have streamed it before, back when I was exclusively on Twitch. But I have never obtained this memory. The things, other than the first DLC, the Trials of the Sword, the one that takes many painstaking hours to do, the things that I'm about to do today are in large part things that I have not done, like at all. Which I think is cool. I've played a good chunk of this game. I think I've played close to like 2/3 of it, but this is like the third I haven't touched yet. You were saying you know some duplication glitches, but you don't know item duplication glitches. Do you know? No, I do not know of any item duplication glitches offhand, but what I can do is quickly give you a website that should have some glitches on there for you. Just gotta make sure I'm looking at the correct correct article. And here's to hoping this hasn't been patched out either. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is come over to Twitch, and I'm going to go to my own profile. I'm going to send a message here. And then take that one, take that hyperlink I just made, copy it, and paste it on the YouTube side. Hopefully there is a way to convert that or translate that into Spanish for you so that you're not reading words you haven't like properly parsed for your English studies yet. Otherwise, you could probably just Google, Breath of the Wild item duplication glitch or whatever in your native language, and I'm sure that I say Google. No, you can use Google in Spanish. Pretty sure there's like the Spanish version, and you should be able to find like an equivalent copy of this. But I wanted to make sure I gave you some information. There's also a lovely chap by the name of NK Plays that sometimes visits. If he shows up, I'll ask him how to, if there's any like website that has the duplication glitch on it, and I will forward that to you. You know how to do wind bomb, but I don't know how to do a high wind bomb that impulses me up. Nope. I am not a glitch performer. I am not a speedrunner. I am not someone who has that level of expertise with the game. That's definitely going to be a YouTube / like Reddit or other inquiry. I would definitely look in those places for wind bomb techniques. Otherwise, I would show you. Promise. 110%. I promise I would show that to you. So, we found the location of all 12 pictures. Yay! We're not quite done yet. Yes, I know, Mr. Blade Master. Don't even think about it. I will definitely take another copy of a Wind Cleaver, though. A fresh one. Now, our new goal of business, our new order of business, is to go to Kakariko Village. We need to talk to Impa. Because there is another memory that's in here. Yeah, you thought there were only 12 of these? There are more than 12. There are actually 17 for the base game. So you have the 12. You have the 12 that are in the album. You've got the one that we're about to go get. Or not the memory we're about to get, but the location that we're about to find out about. Go ahead and just... I want to look good for this scene. And then you've got the one of each champion memory. You've got one of those. Gonna go ahead and just grab those real quick. Look, we gotta keep our supplies high when we can, and if we can help it. I think we're gonna be a bit too late on the pumpkins, unless we do it like right now. But all right, Impa, talk to me. Well, you've returned. What is it? To do the whistle sprinting, you must push the whistle button permanently and repeatedly and move. Yeah, you have to like claw grip your controller. So you have to... Yeah, you gotta basically like take your thumb on a Pro controller. It's a bit different if you're on like a Joy-Con controller or what have you. But you can... You would take your thumb and press down on the D-pad, keep that held. Take your index finger or your middle finger, depending on whichever one is longer or easier for you to move. Use that to wiggle the control stick, and then you can... I typically, when I want to whistle sprint, I can use the middle finger of my other hand to press the B button. I can kind of I can demonstrate that. I do know how to do that. I don't think I can demonstrate the grip on the controller very well, though. We'll definitely do that after we've spoken to Impa here and gotten our new marching orders. All 12 pictures already. Impa, lady, it has been a very long time. How you could say already to 12 pictures, I have no idea. You've visited every place? Then I suppose it's time. I will reveal the location of the final memory. Here is what happened. Lady Zelda gave me specific instructions. She asked me to wait to show you this. This is the final picture. Does it look familiar? From this village, you should be able to get there in half day's time. Now go, child. Seek out what Lady Zelda has shown you. Okay. So, what we're gonna do is I'm using my index or middle finger. I'm holding down on the D-pad. I'm not very good at steering this, but it's something I can definitely do. But when you do it, your horse appears. You don't know where you've left it. Well, that one is... You can also repeatedly mash the B button. You actually have to repeatedly mash the B button. It's really awkward to do if you're not used to doing it. It would be nice if you could reconfigure your controller to do such things, because then I would imagine many people would. But yeah, you could definitely do this. It hurts my hands to do, so that's why I don't do it more than anything. All right, so our last memory, I already know where it is. It's out here in the Ash Swamp. And as far as like accidentally calling one's horse, I usually just stable mine. I'm a very weird Zelda player. I definitely am the type. I have roamed around on foot a lot. Almost everywhere that I could roam on foot, I do roam on foot. I only take my horse out if I need to, like, if there's some challenge I need to do, or if there is, or if, you know, it's like a super long, like, travel. Honestly, though, in all honesty, you could just teleport around. You don't even need a horse. The horse is for, like, the fun factor. He teletransports magically. Well, Mr. Fernandez, it sounds like you have the, it sounds like you have the complete ancient, horse armor. The ancient bridle, and I don't have it, but it is definitely there. There's also an ancient saddle. If you have both of those on your horse, they will teleport around. I think Housequaker on YouTube also says, I think my hands were permanently locked in claw for a few weeks after beating Breath of the Wild. So many hours held that way. Yeah, I can't do that. If I were 10 years younger and I weren't, you know, beating back carpal tunnel, I would definitely probably have held my hands that way. I just can't. I lack the fortitude. I know that's pathetic. Like, that's absolutely pathetic. But when you're flexing your hands that way and it hurts to do, you just don't want to do it. There are a lot of speedrunning opportunities that are closed off to me, that have closed themselves off closed themselves off for me for a number of years now because my hands are the way they are. Yeah, so what we're looking to do is head out in the middle of Ash Swamp. Let me make sure I'm not missing something in chat here. Was the hold on. Sure, got this. House Quaker, if you don't mind sharing, was the claw grip a particularly painful process for you? I know some people they can take the claw gripping controllers like it's, you know, like it's water and they're a duck. Even when I had, you know, healthier wrists, I couldn't. Hello, have I missed something? Hold on. The DLC is super recommendable, Mr. Fernandez says. The Master Sword will do 60 damage if you complete them. And the second one has a motorbike in it. Yes, that is absolutely correct. Now, why are there... Yes, come here, Sir Bokoblin. Quickly. Hold on. Focusing. You certainly can do the DLCs early. Now, you have to defeat all 4 divine beasts. You have to, like, defeat all 4 Blight Ganons if you want access to, I could have sworn... Yeah, the memory is... Okay, it wasn't where I thought it was. It's, like, right here-ish. You really do kind of have to, Do I have to go talk to Impa? Do I have to look at the picture? I might have forgotten to do that. Let's do that. Or I might need to, like, take a photo snap of it. I'll figure it out. What was I saying? Right, you can do the DLCs early if you are so inclined. You can definitely do the first one really early. You just need to get 13 heart containers. And that's easy to do. You don't even need to have defeated a Blight Ganon to do it. Now you don't have to. It's recommended to get the 13 hearts or get 4 of your 13 hearts by defeating the Blight Ganons, but it is not strictly necessary. Do I have to talk to you again? Though Ganon's power is weak, I do not know how much longer the princess will be able to hold out. The princess, our Zelda, I leave my life in your hands. I leave her life in your hands. Mr. Fernandez on YouTube says, which OS is more powerful? Guardians or which OS? Which is more powerful? Guardians or Corrupted Hand? Which wins? I have no idea. The Guardians are pretty powerful, so if the Corrupted Hands can, like, corrupt Guardian technology, then I guess you have your answer, but you never really quite know. 8 years ago when it launched, but now who knows? I think the weight of the Steam Deck has done permanent damage to your wrists and hands. That's fair. You sound like you're in the same position as me then, where like, you know, maybe you're not battling carpal tunnel or what have you, but you wouldn't want to do a claw grip again if your wrists could help it. Because sometimes, for me, sometimes just sleeping on it funny, or, you know, like pushing too hard with my like right hand can sometimes make the the carpal tunnel symptoms flare up really bad. And I typically need like several hot baths, a couple of which better have Epsom salt in them. And then I need to like not do anything with my right hand, which is basically an impossibility given the fact that I stream every day, or I'm starting the process of streaming every day other than weekends. Yes, I know you're going to tell me about Calamity Ganon. We already know about that. Even I do not know where it is. I have faith he will find it somehow. Mm-hmm. Sure, Impa. We're gonna take a picture of this anyway. Just in case. Yeah, because you've got the 12, and then the 13th is just different. Okay. Make sure I'm not missing anything. I think Corrupted Hands, because you need a Bomb Flower or Topaz, that's like hyper specific. Whereas you can damage a Guardian with like anything. It's this. Journal of Various Worries. What? I've never seen this. I'm not gonna lie. Well, my wife left me today. Can anyone just scribe in this? The last thing she said to me, what's more important, the cuckoos or me? I chose the cuckoos, though Bowmaster. A painter unfamiliar to any of us has arrived in the village. He claims he is searching for the Great Fairy's fountain, but that's near where the village spirit protector resides. The village's spirit protector, excuse me. We must make sure the outsider doesn't learn of the location of the fountain or the 2 shrines near it. Anonymous father of 2. That new guy in town looks like he really knows how to tune a bow. I hope he comes by and knocks an arrow for me. It's been way too long. Lonely arrow girl. Day in, day out, I'm outside barking people into the shop. I don't mind, really. It's good money. And busying myself helps to numb the pain. But the only thing that really helps me feel better is walking among the fireflies. Unfortunately, we now have been asked not to walk around at night because it's dangerous. I don't know how it can cope without the fireflies. Struggling shop girl. That makes me think of the armor or clothing shop gal. There's a precious heirloom that has been passed down through my family for generations. Recently, I've begun to hear voices telling me that the heirloom has an important destiny. It's going to happen soon. It makes me nervous, but I can feel it in my bones. Okay, maybe Papaya will tell us more. Assuming she ain't sleeping. Here's to hoping we don't have to read a woman's diary to do this. Papaya. I don't know why I called her Papaya. That's really stupid. To kill a guardian, you only need to do a parry or have an ancient arrow or an ancient shield. Yup. We've pretty much I've pretty much demonstrated all the ways to kill guardians. You can even use Stasis Plus along with an ancient weapon to knock them on their back, and you just chop off the legs and then they can't move. And they're really easy to take out. But the preferable method is ancient arrows, for sure. Master Link, whatever's the matter at this hour? Dark magic preys upon the land when darkness falls. Please, promise to take care. You're not gonna talk to me, are you? Oh, okay, that message was apparently retracted. Duly noted. Alright, let's figure out where this memory is. Here's hoping I don't have to whip out the coordinate map again. That would really suck. Or I don't need to, like, get up on a horse or do something, like, crazy. You kill them with the infinite ancient shields? Ah, so you dupe a shield and then you, get to work. I usually shield parry. So my history with this has been weird. I generally like to kill them with shield parries. I think that just makes the most sense, and if you parry, you don't damage your shield anyway, and so you just don't use any resources. But if when you're surrounded by guardians, that kind of doesn't work. You definitely need to do something else. And for me, that's when the ancient arrows come into play. When we were going through the Hyrule Castle yesterday, I went and made sure I had enough ancient arrows that I went and made sure we had enough ancient arrows to do business. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, now let's... I'm moving the incorrect direction. We want to be moving this way. But I've used every method to defeat a guardian before. 1, 2. So if my compass is correct, it's like here. Okay. To pass the DLC in expert mode is impossible. It's a good challenge for the YouTube channel. Yeah, no thank you. Oh, no. Absolutely not. Oh, you're talking about DLC 1. Believe it or not, I actually have done it before. Of course, I had to do it in a recording session, but I did do it. The trick is going to be doing that during a stream. That's going to be really rough. 4 hours might not even be enough for that. I don't know. When we get ready to do the first DLC, we will definitely make that work. In the meantime, though, let's sit back and enjoy the cutscene, everybody.
Save yourself. Go. I'll be fine. Don't worry about me. Run. So he can still be saved.
Princess! Princess, are you all right?
Take Link to the Shrine of Resurrection. If you don't get him there immediately, we are going to lose him forever. Is that clear? So make haste and go. His life is now in your hands. Link. Link. You have recovered all of your memories of us from 100 years ago. I am here, inside Hyrule Castle. It is now time for you to defeat Ganon.
Nope. Zelda,
Oh, give it a rest.
give it a rest. Give it a rest. We're not ready yet. You visited all 13 of the locations shown in the old pictures and recovered the associated memories of your days with Princess Zelda. In your memories, Princess Zelda always seemed burdened by her task. Go and save her as quickly as you can to finally ease that burden. Yeah. So, as Rome, Hyrule surmised, that sort of power doesn't seem like something that you can forcibly awaken. So sorry about that. I felt like I've pulled a shoulder or something. Let me make sure I've not, like, missed anything. Let's see if Impa has something that she's gonna say about this. Will we finally get that orb? Goodness knows. It seems you have visited all the locations. 100 years ago, you and the princess were quite close. You were a comfort and an encouraging presence to her as she struggled each day to fulfill her destiny. That is why she believes in you and why she has the strength to fight Ganon all alone.
Oh.
Link, the princess, please hurry and save our princess. She's been fighting all alone for 100 years. Even with the blessings of the divine beast, you must be careful.
Oh.
Certain rules that must be respected. Yeah, you're not moving this until you are good and ready for that. I hope it's not post game either. It could also require a whole bunch of quests be completed, and if that's the case, you know, we should go start the trial now. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna quickly look into that particular shrine, that particular orb, and if it requires quests to be done, we'll just go start the we'll go start the first DLC, and we'll come back to those quests tomorrow, because it's bad form to make a thumbnail and then not do what's printed on the thumbnail. While I'm looking at this, and also thank you to everybody who has subscribed. I really do appreciate that. I wish that the activity feed, I wish that Stream Elements actually I don't need that. Just that one. Yeah, for whatever reason, sometimes Stream Elements, I just need to kick it and it'll update. But thank you so very much for the subscription. That really means a lot. So let's look into this. So I'm having to Google it. Okay, it sure does. So, of course it would require all the quests in the village to be complete. That's totally fine. There's a couple of quests like that. And this gives me time to, like, look into them anyway. So, what is the next thing we're gonna do? Well, the next thing we're gonna do, assuming I can find it, there's a star. I've placed a star somewhere. There's one there. I know there's a star in some other location. I think I might have moved the star. Well, let's go to the lodge. That's like the next thing we're gonna do. And then we'll deal with the quest tomorrow when that we got to do the side quests anyway to get it. It makes sense. It certainly makes sense. It's just like the Thunder Helm. If we want the Thunder Helm, we have to do all the quests in Gerudo Town. And that takes some time. But at least we know where those 3 shrine quests are, if that's making any sense. But for now, let's do something fun to break up the tedium. And while we break up the tedium, let me go ahead and talk to you guys about the next bit of major shilling we need to do. I know I've talked about the free, easy methods to help the channel grow. That's all fine and dandy. And of course, you guys being here, subscribed on YouTube or following on Twitch, or not even that, just being here is enough. But if you do feel like financially contributing to the growth of the stream, there are several avenues for this. I have offerings on Patreon and Coffee. I also have on Twitch, we've got the subscription system. There's a whole bunch of stuff for you guys to look and flit through. I'm going to let you guys do that rather than chat at you about all the different things that you could get for a subscription or, a Patreon Coffee membership or what have you. But what I will say is like the best bargain for each platform. Your best bargain for benefits on Twitch is definitely the tier 1 subscription, which is $6 a month. You get to cut out the ad experience over on that side. I can't do anything about whatever YouTube decides to do, so sorry about that. I'm also not a YouTube partner, so they really hopefully shouldn't be serving ads to you in the first place. But if they do, sorry. But for you guys on YouTube, I recommend your Patreon or Coffee instead. Both are equivalent subscription packages, and the cheapest package is $2 a month. It's as cheap as I could make it. Otherwise, Coffee or Patreon yells at me. So, look at those if and you are so inclined. And one thing that you get pretty much that'll take effect at the start of the next stream is when we look at if you guys do get any of those, your names will end up on these plaques for the month. Just wanted to make sure I flashed that real briefly. The plaque is like my modest way of saying thank you. Hail, kiddoms. Nice to meet a fresh face in these parts. It's not every day I get company this high in the hills. Can't give you a warm welcome, but how about a game I made up? Snowball bowling, or as I call it, snowling. How does it work? What a sweet boy to show an interest. I feel like I'm being talked down to. If you don't know the rules, I can explain them in a flurry. At the foot of the hill, we have 10, count 'em, 10 pillars, or pins. Give that snowball a good hearty toss from the tippy top of the hill to try to knock over all the pins you can. The ball might take a few detours on its ride down the hill, but any pins it hits when it reaches bottom are done for. There's no cooler feeling than smashing all the pins at once. But see for yourself. Go on, have a ball.
Sure, Janet.
Attention, members of our fine audience. In just a few short moments, there will be some advertisements. Sit tight, stay strong, and hang in there for me, and they'll be over in just a few short moments. Thank you. Well, I'm glad to have gotten that shilling done and out of the way, and you guys know the spiel by now. There will be a 3-minute ad break incoming. It's the only time I take ad breaks, except for, you know, when I have to step away for more than like 10 seconds. Back of my nose feels pretty funny. We'll have to clear that up over the course of the break. Anyway, I'm usually away from my desk as well, so I highly encourage everybody during the 3-minute ad break to YouTube, Twitch, doesn't matter where, you know, go and get some refreshments, go get a snack, you know, go stretch your legs, do whatever you want, really. And hopefully I'll be back before you know it. There's a timer on the screen as well and everything, so it's not you're definitely not you're definitely not just waiting for the good graces of my heart to remind me to come back. There's a timer. I am back by that timer, usually. Anyway, let's try some bowling. The sweet music of yes. There's a catch, though. One game costs a cool 20 rupees to play. Still up for a round? It's the fro. This is definitely like a white dude with a fro and I forget what the style of beard on. Is it the honest man's beard? It's like a specific kind. But he's like, his head's supposed to be shaped like a snowball. It's pretty funny. But this totally just does not, he should not have that hairstyle. I don't know what Nintendo was thinking when they allowed this. Play bells are ringing. I gotta set up the pins, but I'll be back in a hurry. Okay, remember the voice I gave this dude. This is the snowball you'll use. It might not look like much, but it's no joke. You get 2 rolls, knock 'em flat. If you can knock over all 10 pins in 1 roll, that's a strike. Only the most notorious bowlers can pull that one off. A spare is when it takes both tries to finish the job. Not as good as a... There's something at the back of my throat. Goodness. I might need something hot to or something acidic to cut this. Welcome back, Mr. Fernandez. Do you play Splatoon 2 or 3? Shooters are not usually my thing. I enjoy watching people play it, but it's not my cup of tea. That said, I'll at least hold your recommendation in the back of my mind for multiplayer considerations, because I know that those games are very much multiplayer focused. I have other multiplayer games that I would probably put in front of it, though, just because, again, I'm really not a shooter type person. A spare is when it takes both tries to finish the job. Not as good as a strike, but nothing to sneeze at. Well, good luck. I think we probably got time for... No! Roll down and down and down the hill. We could just pick it up. What am I doing? Nice. You go... I will be right back, everybody. Sorry about that, everybody. Unfortunately, nature gave me one of her calls. And whenever this happens, I gotta go sit on a porcelain throne for a minute. You know, let her chew me out real good about things I didn't do for my body today. That's usually what happens. Yeah, nature giving me a call is a code phrase or a passphrase. Bit of a jingo I like to use for, as code for, you know, I went to the men's room or whatever. It's just a nice, totally camera appropriate thing to say, and no one really knows what I'm talking about unless I do what I just did and, you know, explain it to everybody. With stasis, you must hit the ball with the chest of the amiibo. That's another thing. I don't have amiibo, so I can't, like, show that stuff. Because I don't have it to begin with. And purchasing amiibo are expensive. They were expensive prior to the tariffs. They're more expensive now. So I cannot, you know, have any kind of amiibo things happening. Sorry. What I'm hearing is I need to basically knock it over the little bumps in the hill. Hit it with you running.
Oh.
Take a deep breath and go for broke on your second throw. Can we not bump it every which way? The price increase has made Amiibo a completely ridiculous purchase. Oh, have there been price increases? Let me not put that there. You'll probably keep that, and this is coming from House Quaker, by the way. I should have said that first. You'll probably keep up with a Splatoon line, but you're out for all the others. Wow. I mean, that wow was not at you. That wow is I have not kept up with Amiibo because I'm usually not concerned with them. Mr. Fernandez says he's going. Bye. Very well, Mr. Fernandez. Thank you so much for your tips, tricks, and other useful information regarding the DLC stuff. Much appreciated. I hope to see you back sooner rather than later. And with that, take care of yourself, and I'll see you around. House Quaker then goes on to say they went up from 20 to 30, and the Street Fighter Amiibo went from 30 to 40. Wow. So, as a little point of order, I house sit for a living. I take care of people and their pets for a living. That's basically what I do. I have client-driven work. And with the money that I tend to make per month, which is not very much, at most I would get one Amiibo anyway. Maybe two, if I'm lucky. That's not happening. My budget could not afford this. At all. So, Amiibos are definitely not a thing that is happening in my immediate future unless I get a much, better line of work. One that probably isn't client-driven. Or, you know, I finished the books I finished, writing up the stuff for books I'm working on, / novels I'm working on, and those start to sell. Then I could maybe afford something like that. But both of those things take time. And luck, given today's job market, absolutely not. Or, you know, I get big on this platform, on Twitch, YouTube, and wherever else I happen to make content. If I do that, then I could also afford stuff like this. But until then, absolutely not. And in case anyone had a bit of difficulty figuring out what I was doing there, I was wiggling my hands under my neck, similar to the stop it there. Like cut it out, don't continue, so on and so forth. Anyway, we're gonna try this whole thing with stasis. And if that doesn't work, well, we'll figure out what we gotta do. I don't think it was super expensive to try. Something like that. I believe we got a split right there. You knocked over how many pins? 10?
Oh.
10? That was your second throw, so it counts as a spare. Show them how it's done. Snowling, everybody.
Ah.
That was no mean sleep, kiddoms. I got you special prize for pulling. I'm gonna drop the accent now. That's part of why I was coughing up real funny a moment ago. I have a lot of like built up mucus in the back of my skull here, and I'm quite sure I've got a deviated septum. So doing voices for like long periods makes the mucus in my sinuses move real funny, and that like aggravates postnasal drip pretty badly. So doing voices is not something I can do sort of long term unless it's like a non-committal voice period. Anyway, that was no mean sleep, kiddoms. I got you a special prize for pulling that one off. So, what do you think about giving it one more whirl? Sure. One game costs a cool 20 rupees to play, sure. And maybe we can get the strike again this time?
Oh.
Good luck. Let's see, something like this. Never mind. I should have just took the one and left. I'm quite sure we don't get anything other than rupees. Let's try again.
Oh.
Yeah, we're just gonna drop it down this time. It probably won't go very far, but hey. It happens.
Oh.
No close, and yet so far.
Ah.
A sampler prize. We basically didn't spend any money. I've lost interest. No problem. I love the pins too much to ever leave. You bet your snowball I'll be here when you're ready for more. Yeah, but I want to see what makes you tick, good sir. It's a nice looking cabin. Can even sleep here if I wanted to. Sleep until morning? Absolutely. And if they were just, you know, if the amiibo were just collectible figures, like Funko Pops or whatever, that would be fine. But it's the fact that the amiibos do more than that. Not just a collectible toy, it's, you know, game data's in those. Which, yeah, sure, it's novel, but if you don't buy the amiibos, that's effectively just stuff you can't have. Because you're not willing to, you know, pay the prices on amiibos, pay the shipping, and pay the tariffs to get access to it. I'm so torn about them. Although, I feel less torn as the days go by and Nintendo torches whatever goodwill it spent the last decade or so building up. With the increased price on games, the drastically increased... wow, I can't even speak properly. Mucus is acting up so funny. Increased console price, which admittedly, the console is a fine price, I suppose. It's like $450, I think, prior to like tax and tariff. And if it's what it claims to be, then fine. If it's not, or it's what the Switch turns out to be, where you have to make a lot of hardware compromises, then, well, you really shouldn't have bumped up the price that much, Nintendo. 450 solo, 500 with Mario Kart? Yeah, let's not even talk about Mario Kart World. Yikes, that's like a whole separate pricing issue. It's the virtual, like, card system. Okay, I can talk about this for, like, a hot second. I did not mean to order that. So, the update came out recently that switched the systems to virtual, like, game cards. So instead of, multiple accounts on one system, and if you bought the DLC on one of them, you have access to it, period. Now you gotta loan out the contents of the game cards to specific accounts. When I bought the DLC, originally my sibling was the one playing this game, and I wasn't streaming this at the time. So the DLC for Breath of the Wild was theirs. When that update happened last month, or like toward the beginning of this month, something like that, I could go back and look at the logs of exactly, when I complained about the virtual game card system, the update taking place. It affected our ability for the Let's Play. It did. Because I didn't think Nintendo would be doing that. I didn't think they would be copying Steam or making like an absolutely horrific version of what Steam does with its game library. Absolute garbage. The virtual game cards are just... it's icing on a cake that is continually being burnt in the oven. Oh yeah, the real problem with Nintendo is the new EULA. Have you guys seen what's in the new EULA? That's the end user license agreement, for those that don't know like jargon like that. It's the agreement you sign to play your console, access the Nintendo shop, purchase DLC, and play online. It's all that stuff. In the EULA, there is a clause in there that says, if you modify your hardware to play or access a Nintendo service in a way that Nintendo did not intend, or in a way that would be problematic. Read this as modify the console for homebrew, to hack a Nintendo account, or do anything of the sort. In the new end user license agreement, they reserve the right to brick your console. And I know that bricking is like this word, this nebulous word, but when they say they don't use the word brick in the contract, they have the ability to terminate partially or fully the use of your console for however long. And if your system is bricked, you effectively have hardware that does nothing. You have hardware that just sits there and looks pretty. This could happen with either of the two Switches, by the way, not just Switch 2. But if you're accessing online networks with your original Switch, they'll brick that too. And Switches, the new Switch is $450. The old Switch was like $300. Or like $350, if I recall correctly. It's been some time since I've last looked at how much a Switch costs. But imagine all you do is have your account hacked, and someone puts in a modified program on your hardware, and you hook up to Nintendo Online with the program there. Yes, you can talk to Nintendo, and provided that's what happened, and not the more likely outcomes of I modded my Switch or whatever, like with homebrew programs or what have you, maybe they will unbrick it for you or help you replace your Switch with a new one. You effectively don't own your Switch, is what this new part of the EULA measures out to. That is wild. You could be innocently playing there with your Switch, not even having your only crime being getting hacked, and somehow firmware that you did not intend to have installed on your Switch is installed on your Switch. Nintendo detects that as a red flag. Let me find I have a little thing for it. Just like that. You might as well take that Switch and put it in the bin, because they'll brick it. They'll turn it off. They'll render it unusable. Won't turn on. Won't get to the home screen. Inserting a cartridge does nothing. Goodbye. If you guys want to know more information about the EULA, because it is ghastly, I recommend watching Some Ordinary Gamers, aka Mudahar. He did a YouTube video covering this not that long ago, and that's where I learned about the end user license agreement from. It's insidiously awful. Let me read comments and then we need to keep things moving. Based on the specs alone, the 450 USD price tag for the console doesn't seem horrible. Yeah, it's like, it's not the console itself that's like a problem, right? Like, it's expensive, but that tracks with how expensive things have been getting anyway. But $80 for Mario Kart is an extremely hard pill to swallow. I agree with that. Oh, and right. Let me read fully read that message. Curious to see how heavily they enforce this new policy. Well, with any luck, if people stop buying Nintendo, those that have to make content on Nintendo, Chugga Conroy comes to mind. He's like an exclusive Nintendo person. Anyone like Alessandro who makes heavy use of Nintendo products, that, you know, writes the stuff off on their taxes. These people are probably going to be fine because they're not going to brick their consoles and do something silly. It's going to be your mods. It's going to be your dedicated modders. It's going to be your Agakurs from the Hylian modding space. It's going to be like Tham, like Emperor Thams from the Super or the Paper Mario like Discord modding community. It's going to be people like that they'll install some firmware or some sort of software to like test mods or showcase modding things on Switches, and they're going to have systems that are bricked. And again, I think the worst part about this is another clause that's there is basically like, yeah, we'll see you in court. They don't have like an arbitration clause. We have the major Steam case to thank for that. A lot of companies are now moving out of arbitration agreements. And so now you better have a good lawyer. And you can't even class action lawsuit. Like, that's something else that's in the end user license agreement. Is it enforceable? Debatable. Some jurisdictions, like the EU, will probably make Nintendo comply with their laws, and their lawyers will, of course, have no problems doing this. But it's going to be the Americas or, like, Russia or other places where the laws are either already set up in such a way or they're getting to be set up in such a way where if these companies make these nations enough money, they'll just turn a blind eye. They'll find some excuse not to permit or to permit the end user license agreement to stand as is with no further modification. So the only thing that we as citizens can really do in our respective countries is take note of the things Nintendo is doing and show them the power of our wallets. If we say, oh, we're not going to buy your stuff because you're doing this, and only, the professionals who do this for a living, if only they're the ones buying it and an overwhelming majority are no longer buying it, maybe they'll take that out of the EULA. It would be such a shame if that end user license agreement was allowed to fester and, move along in its current form with all this. Sorry if I haven't moved. It's just, this is a subject I'm quite passionate about. I'm not the most learned about it, but I am pretty passionate about it. But I do recognize that there are other men and women and non-binary people who are more passionate and more researched about this subject. And I think Some Ordinary Gamers is like a good place for new people to start. I would look at their YouTube channel. They have a video on this, and in that video are links to the EULA, which you can read at any time. And although it's legalese, I would recommend you read over like the major headings anyway. I think that's just a good idea. If it were up to me, I would make the legalese illegal. I would make people have to spell out what they mean with all these clauses in the license agreements. I get it. Words have meaning, but you gotta. The license agreements are written in such a way where the average person is not going to spend their time reading it because it is written in jargon and in using terms they are clearly not meant to understand. What is a litigation? What is arbitration? What are these other things that are written in license agreements? MMOs, MOBAs, any online service game, anything like that, are all going to have these Euclidean, draconian, like end user license agreements. They're all pretty much written almost the same way. If you've seen one, you've seen them all. Even if the particular headings or subheadings are different, it's written the same. The net goal is the same, to make you either waste time reading it, or what most people do, click, and get to playing their product or whatever. I could get on my soapbox about this for hours. Let's not do that. We got a DLC to check out. The first DLC. But I do think, I do want to thank you, House Quaker, for, talking about this stuff and bringing some facts to the forefront and everything. I really do appreciate it. And I think it's important that we do talk about stuff like this. Here at Coinstamp, I am not just a channel that is... I try to not just be a channel that is focused purely on gameplay. Like, my style of streaming is a let's play walkthrough type experience. For the most part. When I'm challenge running, it's a totally different thing. But games like this, I try to, show people what they should be doing. Like, where they should generally be going. To either have a good time, or to progress the game, or what have you. But I do also talk about the real stuff as well. Because I don't think we should be burying our heads, and I'm not saying anyone does, but I'm saying collectively as a species, it's not healthy to bury our heads in the sand and watch as major issues pass us by. I think it's important we talk about that stuff. Escapism is getting costly, everybody. Escapism has costs. It's important for your mental health, but just like how people have to find a good work-life balance, you have to find an acceptable level of things you don't bother keeping up with because they're not important, and then everything else, which is important and you should pay attention to. That changes on a daily basis, but it's still worth doing anyway. Okay, so let's go ahead and we're gonna plop a save right here. Let me explain some things, and I can go ahead and pop off the tab that I was using, because we're not going to need it in here. Welcome to the Trials of the Sword. Let me save again, just to be sure. Trials of the Sword are just like Eventide Isle. They're gonna make you, come in without your gear, and you need to like survive on your own power. Absolutely wild stuff. Now, why are we doing this? We're doing this to strengthen the Master Sword. The Master Sword in base game has 30 damage. 30 damage to its name. If it's in Hyrule Castle or someplace where Malice is present, it has a double attack power, so it's 60 when it's attacking these types of enemies. To the Blade's chosen hero, in the name of the goddess Hylia, I offer the trial of the sword. You presently lack the power necessary to wield the true splendor of the Master Sword. You must fortify your mind, body, and soul by eradicating all obstacles that appear in this realm. In this illusory realm of sacred mystery, anything can happen. All that you obtain here will be lost upon your return to the reality you know. Chosen hero of the Master Sword, overcome the trial of the sword and claim the blade's true splendor. The beginning level trials. Buck naked. The only thing we have is key items, including this very bad gift. Mr. Fernandez, welcome back. Welcome back to YouTube. They say that to win the Master Sword without 13 hearts, you need a cut tree and a pedestal. Yeah, I can imagine so. There are probably all kinds of ways to glitch this game out, like, funny. That's not really my style, but that is there if people want to do it. I'm sure there are tutorials on YouTube from various prominent speedrunners with Breath of the Wild that know how to glitch out the Master Sword. Because even though I kind of think it's not a very good weapon, it's good in the sense that it has good qualities to it. It doesn't break. You always have it. But if you use up all its power, you gotta wait. I believe it's half an hour. Half an hour in real life to get it back, and then you can use it, deplete it, and then wait another half hour. This is like base game rate, by the way. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure if we complete all the trials, both the damage definitely goes up. It upgrades to 60 for the advanced trial, like that at the end. And I believe the recharge time goes all the way down to like either 15 minutes or 10 minutes. It's something like that. Also, the beginning, intermediate, and advanced trials have different floors. I'm pretty sure the beginning trials have 20 floors. It's 20 or 25 floors. I'm pretty sure the intermediate trial has 30, 35, or even 50 floors. And then the advanced trial has 100 floors. I know from personal experience. It was 100 floors of pure hell. Mr. Fernandez says, on my account, you have a Master Sword that deals 50 damage, but you can't do the advanced trial, the 60 damage. It's too difficult. It takes a lot of patience. And obviously, the more health you come in with, the better off you'll be. I did this in my first stream of the game many years ago. I did this with 13 hearts and only 2 champion powers, specifically Mipha's Grace and Daruk's Protection. It was rough. Hopefully with all 4 champion powers, it's a little bit, and you know, it's what, I think this is something close to like almost 27 hearts or something. Yeah, we got a lot more health this time around, and I don't think it's going to be too difficult. Then again, the trials could prove me totally wrong with that. Now, of course, in the beginning trials, I think I can probably talk through them for the most part. But when we get to the intermediate and advanced trials, I will be putting up the notice of like, hey, you know, during fights, it's going to be way too difficult. I should have definitely not have done that. Not good. Get that spear. Get that spear. How much longer is the trial? 36 levels? God, I hope this one isn't 36 levels. I think maybe the intermediate one is 36 levels. Okay, let's set this down. And we kind of need to make sure we've grabbed everything out of here. We need to do that or we're going to have a bad time. And what I should probably do... what I should probably do is not chop trees in the beginning. Third trial, sorry? No, I'm pretty sure there are 100 floors. I'm pretty sure... Oh, yeah, no problem, Mr. Fernandez. No problem at all. I'm pretty sure it's 100 floors. If it were 36, I wouldn't have had the need to record my attempts at the advanced trials many years ago. I wouldn't have felt the need to do that. I would have just been able to do it in one shot. If it's less than 100 floors, you know, maybe I'm just... It is possible that I'm, like, misremembering. Let's see, is there any rice in this? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure there's no rice in this. Yeah, I don't... This is like a common thing I do if I want to farm rice, by the way, is just rotate through a bunch of grass. I will take that tree branch, though. Let's look around for any tree branches. I think the only thing you could do, to like prep for this is to like rest and recover in advance, and get like a health and stamina buff. You could like eat ahead of time to get that stuff, but once you burn through the extra health and extra stamina, you know, you're limited to what's on the floor. Good luck. Okay. Trying to think about how I want to best do this. 100 floors in total, but only on the third trial? Yes. I'm pretty sure there are... It's not like 100 total floors between the trials. It's that third trial specifically has 100 floors. Okay, where did the bow go? I don't know. Okay, no, I know it's like down here somewhere. And only 2 arrows? Yeah, good luck with that. Oh, also something else that you guys could do pretty early on if you've got Remote Bomb Plus is you can use your bombs. Although I'm not providing a great example of this right now, you can use your bombs to help you win fights without needing to use a weapon. And you should probably learn this particularly crucial trick early on. Also, don't worry about collecting monster parts. Those are not a thing that happens there. It's just... anything you can do to make it easier on yourself, to use fewer resources with these fights. On these floors, you should take that. You're gonna need it. Let me make sure I'm parsing this right. It's a glitch to make them. It's a glitch to make them easily, but you haven't done it. Is this like an item duping glitch, or is it something related to the trials? Okay, come on. Just give me all of your gear, please, and thank you. And then we have you. And that should be everything. It could definitely be worth your while to search around some of the bigger trees and find eggs. Some of the later levels will also have chests that you can get an item from. And that could also kind of be worth your while when doing these trials of the sword like this. Definitely make sure you poke your nose around, or you could miss something that would really, truly help you. And you'll have no one to blame but yourself. Is it this tree? I know there's at least one of them that has a nest in it. Maybe I'm lying to myself. Might be lying to myself. That's also totally fine. Some floors don't have bird nests. Oh, and what it meant by, being a place of sacred mystery where anything can happen, the floors are the same. Do you know how to kick a bomb with your feet? Let's see, can I do that? No, not particularly. It probably doesn't work too well with a cube bomb. You probably need to do a remote bomb for this. Like it's soccer? I know you can roll it around, but kick it not off the top of my head. Alright, I think we got everything here. We only lost a couple of hearts. Like in soccer? No. No, I'm afraid not. Okay. Beginning floors are fairly easy, and unfortunately, the only music you're getting is combat. I have seen some people, like, do song request type streams for stuff like this. AR? Hold. Oh, are you giving me the inputs for that? Hold on. Now, is there a... Yeah, there is. We need to be careful with that. If we want the contents of this chest, we kind of have to move. Oh, we can't even use our champion powers in here. I totally forgot about that. There we go. Let's go ahead and... Nice job, Link. Yeah, we just spotted that boomerang. Okay, got them, and now there are big and small. Nope, just big ones. Is there another chest lying around here? I'm just gonna take a quick look before moving on. Yeah, there is another chest. Okay. Let's try to lure these guys this way. Come on, Sir Choo Choo. Right this way. Sit for just a second. Nice. If we need fire arrows, we got them. Good. I'm pretty sure that's the only two chests in this room. I won't always be able to get them all, but I will do my best to gather what I can. It's all useful for the trials, you see. And for those that are worried about... hello. For those that are worried about me shilling every hour, don't worry. The whole purpose of me shilling during the first 2 hours is so I don't need to do that during the latter 2 hours. I normally stream, I've moved to a new schedule, but I usually stream 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. during the weekdays. I usually take Saturday and Sunday off. Let's look around for some eggs or what have you. Those could come in handy. Vote, Nintendo Switch 2 or PS5? Is it possible to vote neither? I am a broke boy who can afford neither of these things. But I suppose if I had to pick between the two, probably PS5. Given how much Nintendo is currently, you know, torching or ruining their reputation. Or Xbox Series? Maybe Xbox Series, but I hear Microsoft's really been losing on the console war front right now. If you're gonna own a console, there's no reason not to own a PS5 between the two, just because of the fact that there are hardly any Microsoft exclusives lying around. Housequaker says Switch 2. They regret their PS5. I'm sorry that's the case. It's such a shame it's such a shame that the industry giants that made like many strides in gaming have made really cheesy, desperate moves over the years that have driven away customers, or they've fumbled the ball so many times that they cannot be trusted to make a good product, and so the products they do make are lackluster. That's always a sad thing to hear about. Mr. Fernandez says, Xbox Series or PC? PC gamer, personally. I just make sure I'm not getting shot randomly. I'm a PC person through and through. I have a large swath of Nintendo products. I was a Nintendo fanboy for a long time. But I have games from all over the spectrum. But by far, the largest portion of my collection sits in my Steam library, and I play it sometimes. Because when you make content as a hobby / extension of your living, there isn't much gaming, there isn't much personal gaming that you do. It's all, it all kind of becomes for business. Housequaker says Steam Deck clears them all. I have friends who have Steam Decks, and they supposedly enjoy them a lot. So I'm glad you're getting a lot of value out of yours. If I had better financial prospects, I would definitely also get a Steam Deck, if only so I could access my Steam library like on the go. That would be nice. Okay, so we need to save our arrows for something meaningful, and we can't use Magnesis to super great effect. Between the Steam store and emulation, it's amazing. Very expensive, though. Yeah, that's kind of like the big thing, is it's just expensive. And the barrier to entry is pretty high, all things considered. I am... Okay, if the bokoblin is going to sit up there, we're going to come over and get a spear. Let's see if we can do this without, you know, using up weapons, if we can at all help it. And I know there's a lookout up top. There's like a couple ways you can do this. You can climb up top, but then these guys up here will trigger, and so you're definitely fighting an uphill battle. Or you could do what I just did and, you know, roll bombs, but then you risk being spotted by the archer. When it works, it works. Come on, I need you to turn this other direction. Ah, I'm so close. Wow, bokoblins really are this stupid. That's hilarious. I forgot you could cheese them super easy. You could cheese these first few levels with bombs, like, super easily. This is just so funny. We are gonna have to, like, take care of the top ones here, though. Yeah, I thought that would probably happen. All in all, I suppose the biggest thing I wish would probably just happen for realsies is everyone stop getting greedy. I truly do wish that corporations and individual people would just not... would be happy with the level of profits they have. Now, give me that Boko bat, thank you very much. We're gonna hold on to that. And then...
Attention, members of our
almost
fine
positive... Yeah,
audience.
there's a club.
In just a few short
And a
moments,
branch.
There will be some advertisements. Sit tight, stay strong, and hang in there for me, and they'll be over.
Oh, I'm
just a
quite
few
sure we have to
short moments.
drop these
Thank
from
you.
up that way. On the beginning floors, I can imagine you're going to break many weapons pretty quickly. And so, you really don't have to mind your weapon inventory management too much. It's going to be, and especially not if you have all the slots, it's definitely going to be later. Later on in the advanced floors where you kind of have to pick your weapons, so to speak. Do we have anything? In the Great Plateau, when you go down the tower, you can do an FDC to cancel the fall damage. It means fall damage cancel. Yep. And you only need a claymore and a shield. Interesting glitch tech with Mr. Fernandez. I hope we don't fall from the damage. Here's to hoping that we could get through the next floor without needing, and that is a bird's nest up there. Here's to hoping we get through the next floor in like the next 4-ish minutes. Is there a bird nest? No, we found the bird nest. Okay, let's go. With any luck, we can get through this one. In 3 minutes or less. How did you see me through that? Oh, we'll pick up one of those as well. All right, let's grab the other one, and then we will go from there. All right, let's go up here and quickly attempt to murk a whole bunch of these, murk a whole bunch of these, bokoblins. No, go back in there. Go back in there, quickly. We're on the clock. It's just rocks. It's just rocks. Dang it. No, do nothing. Do nothing. Get up there, Link. Hold on, focusing as quickly as possible. All right, good. We got the spiked club. Let's do this quick. That'll do it. Okay. Trials, Housequaker on Master on YouTube says Trials on Master Mode made you rage. I can imagine. I'll talk more about that in a moment. I'll see you guys after the ad break. Thank you. Sorry about that, guys. I am back. Okay, let me go ahead and flick back over. Let's check on any messages, and then we can keep moving. Don't see anything on the Twitch side yet. A bad joke. What is the biggest ant? The giant. That is a pretty funny pun. It's just, it's also eye roll worthy. Let's try to finish out this last hour, eh? Now, before I continue, I do have a little more bookkeeping I need to do. I have put a new voting item on the Discord server. On my Discord server, I guess I should say. we are voting on whether or not I need to show or display all of the required grinding for all of the armor upgrades. If you guys want to vote yay or nay on that sort of thing, you can head on over to my Discord. It should already be onboarded for you. Like once you click the link, you shouldn't need to click anything extra unless you just want to be notified of things like when I go live. Go ahead and do that now. Of course, I will never compel anyone to join my Discord server. It is there for extra resources. We do have a community here. We're not a super talkative bunch, but we do talk. We also have places to post pictures and things. So if you want to come help build the community up, one heart and one mind at a time, feel free. But you do not have to. But you do have to come here if you want to vote on things. So if you guys want to shape the voting process for does Coin need to dedicate stream or recording time to showing everything, including all of the required grinding to upgrade everything, then the Discord's going to be the place to be to do that. And only there. I can accept written input in other places, but it doesn't impact the decision. It only impacts like the thinking process or what I might put people up to vote on. If you actually want to like help shape the process, because I think voting on things is a good way to allow our lovely little community to leave their own touch on the game, on the Let's Play process. The Discord is the place where I collect input to do that. And I've just put in a new Discord server integration called VoteBot. So my polls actually look like polls now. They're still reaction polls because that's how polls work on Twitch, unless you use specific plugins. But it looks less like posts I would make and more like something that comes off of an integration. So hopefully like new voting items are less confusing to vote on. I just wanted to make sure I pointed that out / made sure I said something, because we are voting on that. The vote lasts a week, and then after that the vote will close, and the vote will close. I take note of the result. I count up the number of people who have voted that are subscribed on Twitch, or they are a they are a Patreon coffee member. I tally up those votes, and I add them together, make the necessary adjustments to the counts I need to make. Because votes are counted twice if you're a Twitch subscriber or your Patreon coffee member. That's a perk we have here. And then I operate based on the result, exactly as you guys voted on it. So if you want to be part of that process, the Discord server is the place to do that. These mighty bananas have been roasted whole. Cooking them through has turned the fruit inside into a sticky, rich, aromatic syrup. Is that really what happens when you cook up bananas? You can do a surprise attack forever if you turn to the opposite side after the surprise attack. Sometimes, if you make a bunch of noise or in multi-enemy settings, it doesn't always work. But you certainly can do that. Also, a trick you should do for the intermediate and advanced trials is if you see these trees, you should definitely be blowing them up for wood, korok leaves, and so on. Or like acorns and chickaloo nuts. They do sometimes drop from these. I'm not going to do it here because that's a lot of extra time. You can also get like free tree branches. So if you're running low on weapons and you anticipate an area coming up where you can't do this, you may want to grab some weapons. You may want to blow up some trees, but for now, we shouldn't need to do that. Let's just keep going. Ah, of course. Neato. Yeah, I figured a Talus would probably be our first stop. You can use your bombs. These are just way better. You know, as long as you aim them properly. All right, get off. You don't have any Wi-Fi? Bye, see you tomorrow. Thank you for stopping by, Mr. Fernandez. Much appreciated with all your help, tips, tricks, and so on. And hopefully I'll see you back sooner rather than later, that being tomorrow. But hey, I'll see you when I can see you. Take care of yourself and stay safe out there. If you're lucky or you're observant, you can catch the stone talus in a loop where it... No problem, Mr. Fernandez. You can catch the stone talus in a loop where it... I probably have... Yeah, that's what I thought would probably happen. You can catch it in a loop where it basically never has the chance to shake you off. You know, it doesn't have a chance to be a Taylor Swift fan. And if you can crit it through a broken weapon or something, then you'll end up with... You can often no-hit a Talus pretty easily. Really? It shook me off pretty instantaneously. So that's floor 10. I'm pretty sure we fight a Hinox on floor 20, and I think that's the end of it. Could be wrong. Let's see. Pretty sure there are 20 or 25 floors. Good afternoon, Mr. Michael Diaz. Welcome back to the stream. Good to see you. How are you doing in health and in spirit today? Hope you enjoy your stay. You come in at a good time. We're doing the first DLC. We're starting the first trials of the sword. And so far, I think things are going pretty well. We're getting a bunch of weapons and stuff. I am good. Thank you for asking. I've had coffee. I've got my favorite beverage right here. Some nice good old cheerwine. A fizzy cherry soda for those that don't know what that is. And, you know, we've had lots of good conversation about the Nintendo Switch, or Nintendo's end-user license agreement, among other things. which, I mean, is not exactly super riveting conversation, but we could have talked about much worse. I forgot to grab a fairy. That's gonna hurt me big time on this floor. or like at the end, if you see a fairy in this challenge, or like this trial, or in like the trials, you grab it. You sneak and you grab it. You don't wait for bad to happen. I think that's all the armored carp. I believe we're getting close to halfway through the trials. Or halfway through the beginning trials. Let me say it like that. TBH, you're not a Nintendo fan? That's totally fair. And I'm not after, the end user license agreement. But I'm less of one with the end user license agreement being what it is now. But I have my PC titles. If something ever happens to this Switch, I have options. I could always start a challenge run with Elden Ring Reforged. I've been excited for a long time to bring you guys a lot of the new changes. Was that a bug? Trying to remember if this is a bug that's right here. Or if that's just like the ambient noise. I think it's the ambient noise. Yeah, I think it's the ambient noise. Let's go ahead and break down these trees. I am going to break down these for branches and things. Also, it lets us kill fish. The only game that you like from Nintendo is Zelda. That's totally fair. I'm a huge Smash enjoyer, like Super Smash Brothers enjoyer. I like that series quite a lot. It's great to play with friends. I am also, my favorite series is on the Nintendo product side, and that would be the Metroid series. I believe I've said this on stream quite a few times throughout my career. I quite enjoy the Metroid Prime series, especially 3. I liked 3. I love the story in 3. But I get that many people definitely prefer Metroid Prime 1. Or, like, the 2.5 2D Metroids over that. And even though I'm not exactly a fan of Metroid Other M, the one that people don't talk about, I do enjoy the story. I just hate the QTE. They don't even care about Brazil as well. That sounds like there's something specific going on. Does it have to do with, like, the cost of games or, like, the typical stuff that's already been mentioned in other circles? Just out of curiosity. Because I know for us, the rest of us, when we talked about that stuff earlier, it was mostly the end user license agreement, the cost of the amiibo figures, the $80 games, the captions, and the cost. The captions is an interesting one. I've not heard about the captions. I know that Brazilian Portuguese can sometimes not have readily available translations for games, but I've always thought that was more of a game-to-game issue, and not like a whole company or franchise-wide issue. I would think Nintendo would want to have Brazilians play their games, but that's just me. Hey there, Rasby. Good to see you. Welcome back, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in health and in spirit. And I hope you enjoy your stay over on Twitch. And then Michael DS follows up and says, I don't care because you know English. That's fair. So you can navigate the landscape, but I imagine there are Brazilians that, much like we in the States, there are a lot of us that don't know a second language, I can certainly imagine there are nativists among the Brazilian population that do not that go their entire life and not learn another language, which I think is fine, as long as the reason is I don't need to, or what have you. And I would say the same of my American statesmen as well. As you don't need to learn a second language. It's good for you to do so. It opens up many employment opportunities for you. But if you never travel outside the States, there's no reason for you to do. There is no like implicit reason for you to do it. Unlike perhaps other countries that just because of how prolific English is, just because of how prolific English is and how much it's used in the business world and some other things, and this is just what I've been taught over the years, not only from you guys, because my audience is either European or like non-local compared to me, like non-American, and you guys tell me this all the time, that English is almost practically a requirement, or it's so useful that you should just learn it anyway. One of those things. Had to go AFK as you said that? No problem, Raspy. No problem at all. But hopefully you are doing well, good sir, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We're talking about English and non-English. We're talking about it as it relates to Brazilian Portuguese and the fact that Nintendo doesn't exactly localize their games for Brazilian Portuguese, but I'm sure that may be some imagine there's probably some overlap where everybody can participate if they want to. Michael Diaz says, yes, here it is very difficult to find a person who knows a second language. Are Brazilians like nativist, or is it more like you guys generally don't worry about that type of thing? I'm curious. The American who is not schooled and doesn't know about sentiments across the globe, I'm asking what is probably a somewhat insensitive question, but I want people to know I'm asking out of earnestness and not because, I'm looking to preach about my superior authority, or however, Eric Cartman from South Park might put it. Just want people to know that. Raspy the player says they were testing their physical limits. You haven't eaten anything today, and you've done pretty hard work. You just got home from work. Okay. Concerning, you can go without eating quite a long time, and am pretty resistant to hunger, and you have food restrictions, so you just didn't have anything, nor time to eat when you woke up. You lost a bunch of weight that you hope you can get back. Yeah, like, your body is, you are going to lose water weight if you go without eating. You are going to lose it. But your body is going to cannibalize your muscles. First, before it cannibalizes fat. The people who go on starvation diets are mostly just looking to lean down and don't care so much about appearances. If you're like trying to build muscles, starvation dieting is a really, really bad way to go about it. Okay, so I'm going to do something unhinged. Rock hard food, a dish gone awry after adding the wrong ingredient. Chewing your way through this won't be fun, but it will fill you up when you're between a rock and a hard place. This is week 2 or week 3 of some food restrictions, but I have to say I do eat just at the end of the day. Are you like undergoing some sort of fasting routine? If you don't mind my asking. Oh, hang on, let me read all this. Yeah, a big bowl of rice and bananas and sometimes meat soup. You had a really deadly toxin. Did you suffer from food poisoning? And that's why you're on restrictions? I'm trying to make sense of everything being said. That's all. I hope everything is all right. You had Constridium difficile? Difficile. I'm pretty sure. Is that okay, hold on. That's gotta be a bacterial infection of some sort. Let's do a quick bit of Googling so I don't look like a complete, meathead. It's not that I, like, don't believe anything. It's, I want to know for my own personal benefit and everything. Oh! Difficile colitis? You had a form of colitis then. Yeah, that sucks. I'm sorry you went through that. I'm gonna get tested soon if you still have it. Otherwise, we go for round 2 of antibiotics. When you had nothing, you'd still only eat twice a day and kept a steady 70 kilograms. That's a pretty reasonable weight. Last time you weighed yourself, you had 66.7. It's probably a bit less. Yeah, I'll say that's not good. Now that I have a good idea of what you're dealing with, yeah. Please make sure you're taking care of yourself. And that's not to say it in like a patronizing manner or anything. This is me being genuinely concerned for your well-being, because colitis is not fun. It's dangerous. You have a lot of muscle and you started working out recently as well. Working out more recently. So far you've lost mostly belly fat. I mean, there could be interesting side effects to diseases, to say the least, but that's definitely not a good thing. That's not a good thing. Do me a favor. Whenever you feel up to it, please keep me updated. I'm concerned. I'm concerned. I hate to hear bad things. I hate when people are experiencing medical difficulties in their lives. It sucks. It really does. In 1 to 2 weeks, you hope the food restrictions end and you'll be eating your regular food or eat more and you'll be fine. Yeah. You think you can go down to 60 kilograms or whatever and still be fine? Probably. Because it's like, what, 134, 140 pounds? My math is probably not correct there. Hang on. Nope, of course it's not. Let me multiply that again. So if we have 60 of those. No, my math is startlingly accurate. That's like about 132 pounds. That's pretty light. Height matters a lot. You have 175 centimeters. It's like what? 2.54 centimeters aren't in an inch. I could probably literally divide that and get the number of inches, and then I'll have a good idea. And let's see. I'm running some stuff on calculator. Oh. So it's 68. Yeah, you're like 5'8", 5'9". taller than my dad is for that. Taller than my dad is for the record by about a couple of inches. Anyway, so here in the trials is the only time I'm gonna recommend this. So you can take a piece of wood and you can cook some rock hard food out of it. I believe one piece of wood is 1/4 of a heart. So if you put in nothing but wood, you're gonna get this. Oh, right. You literally don't want to be doing that. Yeah, so whether you put in 5 or 1, it's the same. And surely for those that are uninitiated, you're probably thinking, what on earth? Yeah, I was wondering what was going on. We actually probably want to eat this now. Or I'll make, never mind. Yeah, so Mr. Link here can eat rocks. This dude can digest charcoal. I want to point that out. This dude can cook wood until it becomes charcoal and eat it. Absolutely freak. And be perfectly fine, by the way. Absolutely freak metabolism. Link here just does not. No, he truly fits the definition of an ironclad stomach. Let me. You guys appear to be having a conversation. I see no need to like read it. So I hope you two enjoy the discussion on that. I hope I never have to deal with diseases like that. I hope, like, dealing with irritable bowel syndrome at various points is bad enough, and I hate every living moment of it. Like, sometimes untreated IBS, leads to worse conditions. There was a YouTuber by the name of Simo who has been battling, and I want to say it's enteric colitis, and he recently got his colon removed. And at some point along the way, he discovered he had level 4 colon cancer, stage 4 colon cancer, that somehow was caught in the super early stages. So apparently it was just his colon. So since it was already being removed anyway and it hadn't had an opportunity to metastasize, to spread throughout the lymph nodes and everything, what's he doing? Chemo. So he has lots of battles with chemotherapy. Man, IBS is so common amongst autistic people, isn't it? I'm really curious as to what statistic, is there some sort of overlap with the statistics on that? I'm trying to think among other autistic friends I might have had. It's usually more of just an explicit allergy to something rather than strict IBS. I'm fairly confident I have IBS. Because IBS tends to run in my family. A lot of us in my family have it. But for me, specific foods make it worse. Lactose. I'm also lactose sensitive / intolerant. So anytime I have milk, cheese, or enough of a quantity of milk, cheese, butter, ice cream, so on, I'm headed for the porcelain throne the day after. Any tomato, I've discovered this with tomatoes, tomato slices, tomato juice, tomato sauce, marinara, you name it. And I love tomatoes, and I'm just can't have the stuff as much anymore. And if I do, I better be willing to put up with the pain that comes afterwards. It is awful. Do I still go to the gym? Michael DS on Twitch asks. I'm afraid not. I wish I could. I wish I could, like, start going again. For a while, I had been walking, like, out in the neighborhood to, like, have some semblance of going to the gym. But recently, like, within the last 3 months, it's a known sexual predator, someone on the sexual assault watch list, or the registered sex offenders list, moved into the neighborhood. So guess what I don't do anymore? Because I don't want to take risks. I don't want to, and this is just a little bit of, you know, personal knowledge about yours truly. I live in a part of the world. No, you typically don't register yourself on lists like that. Let me make sure I am not missing something. Your personal anecdote, Raspy says, is that nearly every autistic person you met has IBS. It seems like more people who are autists have some kind of food-related allergy or illness than not. Like, I probably have IBS, and I know for certain I'm lactose intolerant, so it's like at least 2 things. A lot of my friends, we all have mental health issues of some capacity, and almost all of us have some kind of food-related issue. My sibling is cut from the same cloth as me, so the lactose intolerance like can strike up. They have they have allergies to allium family plants. That would be onions, garlic, shallots, so on. Things like that. And generally also suffer from IBS. They've also had their gallbladder removed. So you know, there's lots of stuff that can't really be digested without pain, as far as my sibling is concerned. So, yeah. A lot of us have that sort of thing in common. Let's see. Make sure. Okay, I'm looking at all the ones that are not specifically directed at a person. You recommend calisthenics? I'll look into that. Also, lactose intolerance is super common for autists. I hear that's a pretty, like, wide-reaching, overlapping statistic. Michael DS says on Twitch, I hope you start again. Don't give up. That would require me to have a better job than what I currently do. The closest gym to my house is... Well, I won't say what the gym is, but the membership for, like, a single person, for, like, a basic level membership is $15 a month. That's quite a bit of money for someone who has client-based work. And if you go months without clients, the effective money you make is 0. And 0 is way less than 15, I gotta tell ya. You like working out? So Michael DS also says he likes to work out. So for him, it's easier to not, to keep going to the gym. Right? I certainly get that. For me, it's not so much. I don't enjoy working out, but I realize if I don't work out, I'm gonna be a fat blob sitting in my seat. I already am one of those, by the way. And I will eventually die, much like, oh, there's a specific name I'm thinking of. Hang on. The Count of Mirabeau. Yes, that's his name. The Count of Mirabeau. A French nobleman during the formative years of the French Revolution that died due to a heart complication. Yeah, at like 35. Not good. Also, Rasby says, Twitch keeps asking if you want to send the message when you talk about autism. Oh, that sounds like, that's pretty similar to the quote-unquote fact check that YouTube does at the end of, in the descriptions of some videos, like, did you talk about climate change and global warming? Here are the facts and information about climate change and global warming to combat disinformation. Quote unquote. For nothing more than a passing mention about global warming and climate change. Twitch thinks it's using the term as a derogatory message. I'm not surprised. Twitch censors almost anything that's like a label. This is your recommended starting point. Let me... I need to, like, scribble that down. No, I'm not trying to highlight it. I'll copy the current address. Thanks, Rasby, much appreciated. You work out in short bursts to get focus and mood bursts. Oh, so it has lots of functions. The easiest way to do it, in your opinion, is to attach it to an existing routine. Yeah, I need to start doing that, because if I think it's unsafe to be outside, I'm certainly going to want to do something in my house. Probably in my office. You do chin-ups before work almost every day and push-ups? I don't remember what a chin-up is. I'll have to look that up. If I had a nickel for every friend you had named Coin, you have 2 nickels, which is not a lot, but it's weird it's happened twice. It's like on the cusp of my memory. I remember you talking about someone else with Coin in the name a few years ago. But I forget, like, the specifics. Mr. Doofenshmirtz? Yeah, I seem to vaguely recall a name like that. I could have also completely memory holed it, and I'm relying on whatever meme or whatever memory I think I have. Yep, absolutely. Michael Diaz says, bro, by the way, I'm hungry. That sounds pretty common if you work out a bunch. Raspy says, no, not him. That's the meme that it's from. Yeah, that is definitely a fake memory for me then. Fake memories are pretty real. Yes, it is. Yes, they are. Fake memories are very troublesome. I hate those things. It was a friend from a friend group when you were a teenager? Makes sense. I've been chatting here for like 20 minutes. We gotta not do that. He named himself Coin randomly at some point. I don't know why I'm chasing after enemies like they have monster parts here. I even went over the fact they don't drop monster parts in here. Yeah, no, you don't. Oh, and you also had a friend named Vortex, who was a black hat hacker. Oh, yeah, get out of the water. Nice. Absolutely fantastic. If I could... How am I gonna have to deal with this? Not good. Okay. Black Hat Hacker. I try to think if that means anything specific. Why am I swimming over like they're monster parts? That's gotta stop. All right, let's get to it. Give me a second to concentrate on this, and I'll be a little bit more chatty. I could just get you to drop your weapons. That'd be good. That would be excellent. Got it. Oh, get back. No, that's dashing forward, Link. Come on, get up. Oh, I need to be remembering to use my bombs here. What exactly is a black hat hacker anyway? That's the thing I wanted to ask, but was like, surely I could piecemeal it together or try to remember something, but I'm afraid that simply wasn't happening. A malicious hacker. Okay, gotcha. White hat means security researcher? Did not know. Thank you for the enlightenment on that. Or Pentaster? Oh no, I feel like there's another word that's supposed to be there. There's also gray hats, green hats, all kinds. This is starting to look like the pills, everybody. The number of different hats makes it feel like we're talking about the pills again. You know, the red pills, the blue pills, the pink pills. Why do people have to make colored hat pill analogies for everything? Don't answer. I mean, answer if you want to, but that's kind of like a semi-rhetorical question. These ones exist before the red pill stuff. That's totally fair. Also, we definitely need to eat something or we will die. Oh, unlike in other places, we don't have Mipha's Grace or any of these other champion powers. Like, they're sealed from us. So, because they're sealed from us, if we die, we die. So, we gotta make sure that doesn't happen. Oh, that's one. Let's see. Hold on. Since it's the OG areas in the 80s, 90s, and 2000s, where hacking was a huge thing. Yeah, that makes sense. But now it's still very well paid and important, but it's way less warfare. Makes sense. You've had security as a special interest for quite some time now. You know a lot. You're really into this jack of all trades thingy. You just have a lot of interests. There's nothing wrong with that. Hence why I got the Z3 symbolic calculator. Keep wanting to call. It's I keep wanting to call it a regression, regression learning algorithm, but I know that's not right. As well as the automation stuff. Yeah, we had that whole discussion before. Yeah, get down, Mr. Wizrobe. You gotta pay attention to these, because if they start calling down like this, that's really bad. You don't want to let them do that. Even more so, they managed to electrocute you. Fighting these when you don't have the ability to instantaneously neutralize them is a really hard task. Because if they do start casting Lightning Storm, it's over. Let's see. You personally, Raspy says, you personally really like being the jack of all trades. You're way less of an expert in any specific subject. You mostly just connect things from different domains and stuff. Yeah, it takes all kinds to make the world go around. It truly does. I think having that interconnectivity between disciplines is important. That's why I'm not dismissive with, jacks of all trades. Because it takes all kinds, and you never know when people mishmashing the different domains or concepts from the different domains might actually be useful. You never know. NK on YouTube, first off, welcome back. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you are doing well in health and spirit. Hope you enjoy your stay. It looks as if you're starting the Master Sword trials. That is absolutely correct. And it looks like you do not have it. I also see that you don't have a Korok counter under your webcam. Is it because you've collected every Korok? Yup, it sure is. We even got the golden poop as proof. We got Hestu's amazing TM gift. The only thing I need to go back and do is get the remaining shrines. We've got 3 of those left. We got all 13 base game memories, along with the 4 champion memories from base game as well. So the only things left to observe are like the DLC related stuff in terms of memories and shrines and so on. And then after that, it's basically just quests. Lots of quests, lots of grinding, lots of tedium. That's what's left over. And I guess the Mazkashia fight. Yeah, give me that lightning rod. Thank you very much. We're gonna want that. And if we can get a frost rod, I don't think that's available in here. But if we do manage to get ice arrows, we have a pretty abundant and readily available frost shot combo. The AoE explosions are just fantastic at controlling crowds. I trust your day has been going well, Mr. NK. This can't still be 10. Why is this underground floor 10? That feels like an error. It should be like underground floor like 14 or whatever. And they fell into the water. Nice. Gonna go finish that project so you can finally start working on the Z3 stuff without feeling so pressured. Good luck with that, Mr. Raspy. Good luck with that. Thank you for stopping by. I really do appreciate it. I hope to see you back sooner rather than later. And may your progress with that project be fruitful and fulfilling. Okay, we're gonna go over here. No, I did not want to do that. In your opinion, DLC 2 is better than DLC 1? I would happen to agree with that opinion. The DLC 2 offers very fun gameplay, but DLC 1 is Treasures, Master Sword Trials, and Master Mode. Master Mode, I would say, is the best thing about... it is probably the best thing about DLC 1. And that's... It's... Master Mode is something I will show off, but I won't go the full distance with the game. There's no reason to do that. We'll essentially be playing twice for no reason. And the only thing that changes is, like, unique Master Mode chests that mostly just have the same existing items, if I remember correctly, and gold enemies, gold tier enemies. Michael DS on Twitch says they're back. They were picking up a cookie to eat. Awesome. What kind, if and you don't mind my asking? I'm a huge food person. I probably could just blow them up with bombs, and that would be a better use of my time. Come on, Sir Lizalfos, right this way. I heard there's a silver Lionel on the Great Plateau in Master Mode. Ooh, they're like new. I forgot there are new enemy placements as well. Yeah, that was one other thing. I don't know if that is worth a whole bunch of... I don't know if that's worth a whole bunch of extra streams, if and I'm being real honest, because I know Tears of the Kingdom definitely awaits for sure. We definitely need to... This is definitely why we were given the lightning rod. Ah, that's not good. Okay. I need to knock him into the water. Huh. The thing I forgot to do was cook a whole bunch of food in the rest area. I kind of got distracted with discussions about things. That's my fault, by the way. So we're definitely operating on less than stellar footing when it comes to the beginning trials. It's a cookie without filling. Oh, it's just a plain cookie then. Oh, so like a sugar cookie or like a biscuit or something. Depending on what the lexicon or definition of cookie is. Usually, I know here in the States, cookies are kind of like sweet things that are strictly not biscuits. The UK kind of has this thing where cookie and biscuit mean the same thing, or they mean like different things. I don't know how the rest of the world sees it, though. I always find that fascinating. It's too bad we've already run out of cooked food. I could, like, make a fire. That is something I could do. We've got the fire arrows for it. But I don't feel like that's strictly necessary. Actually, it is kind of necessary if we don't want to die. Although maybe showing the death might be worth it? Not 100% sure. Link, get up there. Link, stop doing this. Oh, it's because I'm going up the wrong one. Oops. That's a me problem. There we go. All of that for a bunch of arrows. Anything under here? There may or may not be metallic objects in this as well. I know in like the later floors, there are some metal chests that are submerged in water. I should have been looking around for that earlier, but oh well. Mistakes happen. Here's a question I could ask everybody. It's like a sweet cookie, but a thin one. That definitely sounds like a sugar cookie or like a glazed cookie, like with like thin icing or something like that. That is definitely what it sounds like to me. My question is, what is everyone's favorite cookie? For me, I am a chocoholic. I love chocolate. So one of the things I really quite enjoy are Chips Ahoy cookies. They're my favorite kind. Now, that's among like commercially available, ready to pick up cookies. Among home baked cookies, stuff you actually throw into the oven, you let it sit. I quite enjoy a good chocolate raspberry cookie, or like a good chocolate raspberry bar. I have a recipe for that lying around somewhere. There's nothing quite like sweets, especially those particular sweets. But that's just me. Really? Is there a way to like knock this guy out? Maybe. Will it be worth it though? Probably not. Oh, that's pretty close. Maybe something like up there. It's so close, but probably not. There's probably like not enough. There's probably like not enough. I'm not close enough. It was so close. Now that one was too far. Cool. I love wasting durability in arrows. Unfortunately, we do kind of need to set sail to get the others. You're not a big fan of cookies? That's fair. I certainly don't eat them all the time. Like, I try not to do that. Nor do I just have ready access to that sort of thing. But I when I do get the chance to enjoy some good cookies, those are the ones I do quite enjoy. The chocolate chip, or like the chocolate and raspberry ones. Those are like those are hard to say no to for me. All right, why don't we get off this now? Because otherwise they're gonna burn everything up. Really? You guys are super... You bokoblins are super stupid. I really want you to know that. Throw all the stones you want, little bokoblins, but you're not gonna... You're definitely not gonna, like, be bothering me with that. You only picked it because it was, because at the moment it was like the best option. That's fair. That's certainly fair. I should probably eat something. If I get tagged with, like any form of, like, arrow, I am dead. But you usually like wafers? Ooh, wafers are nice. Yeah, they're like I know there are wafer thins that are sometimes available. And then the ones that I think the American audience is usually quite familiar with is the it comes in like the not exactly the dollar store section, but it's like pretty cheap. It's a container or like a plastic container, plastic tray about yay big, and has like wafers that come in vanilla, chocolate, or strawberry. Neapolitan wafers, even sometimes. Those are pretty decent. I like them. I don't get them often, but I don't shy away from eating them either. All right, let's, I gotta be careful, because I am taking pot shots somewhere, and I do not know where I'm taking the pot shots from. Yeah, okay. I figured that was gonna happen. I thought I would be better than that. Not gonna lie. But we have our goal. We're gonna be probably spending the next couple of streams doing this. They are rough. Now, bookkeeping is in order, and then I will respond to that stuff. I will respond to comments momentarily. So here's my game plan. My game plan is we're going to the next stream. We're going to spend some time completing some quests in Kakariko Village, because to unlock one of the shrines, we need to do all the quests. It's just like Gerudo Town. If we want the Thunder Helm, we need to do all the quests, and then we can have the Thunder Helm. We're going to spend the first hour of the stream doing that sort of stuff. The rest of the time, the remaining 3 hours, we're gonna be doing the sword trials, and we'll keep at it until we can't. I want to thank everybody so much for hanging out with me. I truly appreciate it. I would normally probably actually raid and stuff, but nature is making me answer a phone call right now, and I don't feel like you guys should have to sit there and wait on me to be done with the porcelain throne before I release you from the stream. I don't feel like that's not good. That's not good manners. So I'm gonna wrap up as quick as I possibly can, and we'll go from there. Last comment. Just, again, double-checking Twitch. Nothing new on YouTube. Favorite cookie nowadays, the plain one. That's fair. My dad usually likes plain cookies for the same reason. He's usually not a sweets person. And the less especially sweet it is, the better. You guys have been awesome. I truly do mean that. My name is CoinStamp. Most people call me Coin. This has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. You guys know the game plan for tomorrow. You guys know the algorithmic stuff to do. It's in the description, and it's in the About Me. You know, feel free to do any and all of the above, or none of the above. I'm not your master. Stay safe and take care of yourselves. My senators and inductees are welcome in my hallowed halls anytime. And with that, goodbye.